Okay, welcome everybody out there. This is session 3 of City of the Future within the Ring of Fire. And we begin our scene turning back to the Freyne merchant, Landul, who has just been taken prisoner, although in a bit of a bit nicer accommodations than the typical city jail. Landul, you find yourself, after conversing rather briefly with the as yet unnamed Kalfar woman, being taken by one of her associates and roughly directed out of the room and up the stairs of this stone building, which is clearly some sort of office or place of business, not a house or residential structure. And you're put with a big meaty hand on your shoulder, you're directed, pushed up the stairs, down the halls, into a wide, spacious room that resembles a semicircle with curved walls opposite the entryway from which you enter. There's a large desk with papers, scales, instruments, and objects that clutter about its surface. This is clearly a place that's well used day in and day out. There is a seat in front of this desk, and you are forced down into it. This guard, if that is what he is, not saying a word, but his grip on your collarbone and the force with which he pushes you down into this chair speaks volumes enough. You are made to wait in this room for this woman to meet you. As you look around, you see it is, as I say, larger than the rooms you had been in previously, with a slightly higher ceiling, about 8 feet tall, perhaps. There are, on the opposite side of you, from your perspective, there are a number of windows, open holes in the stone wall of this place, which let in light from the outside to a sort of slantwise direction. And you, from your seat, the angle at which the sun enters the room, the angle of the sun is just enough that the sun irritatingly is in your eyes. There's no way for you to really get around it without moving your position or crouching down or something, which you are the large man standing still behind you, of course, is quite a deterrent from doing so. There are tapestries and maps hung about different parts and different regions of Kvegathale. Some you recognize. In fact, several you recognize, being fairly well traveled yourself. Portions of Ibith-Nul, mainly the southwesterly and southeasterly portions of Ibith Newell, as well as some other locations you haven't been before. You're not sure. But you are left to your own thoughts for the moment, as you're still waiting. Several minutes have gone by for this individual to appear.
As I'm sitting there waiting, I understand, this is obviously not some sort of simple, what's the word? It's not a judicial type. It doesn't seem to be a law related. This seems to be very much a merchant. They've obviously brought me here because of my position in the merchant company. I'm not some ruffian on the street, which that alone already gives me some hope that they haven't just carted me off. So I figure that I'm going to have to barter for all my life, at least in some respects. So, being quite a businessman, I'll just sort of, while I'm sitting there waiting, I'll start to clean my, pat down my suit and straighten my hair and sort of just wipe away my smudged makeup. Just trying to tidy myself up as best I can, whilst sort of confined to this chair without a mirror or anything.
You busy yourself trying to make yourself as presentable as you possibly can, as you say, without a mirror, without the freedom to really do that.
Sort of just I pat my hair down and stuff, because I imagine it's quite a bit out of shape after my ordeals.
It's true, and there is a slight amount of, at this point, dried blood that from your nose being, because you had the boot put into your face from your ordeal in the marketplace. A small portion of it irritatingly staining the lapels of your garment, but you do the best that you can. And as the minutes go on, surely whoever this person is should have been ready. It does not take this long to hold an audience.
Right.
But you're.
I figure that they must be making me wait on purpose. This is obviously some sort of a power play, because they know that I have to wait. I've got no choice in the matter.
Perhaps you've been victim of such games before in your dealings with others. But eventually, after what seems like such a long time, this same Kalfar female, you hear her enter, or you hear someone enter, as of course you cannot look behind you for fear of perhaps another bruise on your beautiful fraying face. But she rounds the desk and sits down opposite you. She's wearing a sort of robe of a deep turquoise color with pale lavender trimmings about the sides and about the cuffs of the sleeves and of the lower hem of the garment. She has a number of rings and bracelets on her hands and fingers. a few pouches, some personal items of jewelry, necklaces. She's wearing a strange piece of headgear. It looks like a strange sort of hat with 4 points on it, almost as if a diamond shape sort of headpiece, underneath which fabric drapes down, covering her hair and most of the exterior of her head and face, apart from, of course, the front, which is, even in the interior of this building, is hidden slightly behind the shadow of the brim of this headpiece. And she leans in and appraises you for but a moment. A sort of smug smile on her face. Well, I apologize for the delay, but you understand I'm quite busy. Your arrival here was at an interesting time, but please do not mistake me. I am so happy to have you here, Mr.
I'll sort of I put my hands on the table, resting on the, lean forward a bit and go, Landor, at your service.
Well, Landor, as I said downstairs, I hear tell that you and your associates caused quite a stir, if you would call it that. You should count yourself fortunate that my men found you, and that I have brought you here to discuss this morning's events, rather than have the enforcers, or indeed others, have their way with you first. So why don't you tell me what happened, and why have you disrupted my business?
I assure you, I'm quite grateful for your aid in this matter. As to what happened, I can only tell you what I saw, which is that my bodyguard, I'm not sure what his species is called. I only hired him yesterday, and it seems that he, unbeknownst to me, of course, naturally, had gone and committed a murder in the streets. This was, of course, discovered by the excellent detective skills of your guards in the cities here, and my only fault could be that perhaps they arrested the wrong person. Why arrest the Freyin at the scene and let the murderer run free? I don't quite understand. But other than that, excellent work on behalf of your guards there.
Oh, how typical. Well, let me tell you what I hear people have seen. A strange man, a strange stranger in this city, this Newport, arriving the public market square, and the first thing out of his and his associates' mouths are accusations of slavery and other such sundry things. and causing the death and who knows what else of two pious forsworn of the enforcers, causing panic and fear, and for no reason.
Yes, I must apologize for those
Do not
accusations.
apologize to me, Mr. Landul. You told me earlier that, and you are telling me again, that you are blameless in what has occurred and that you have not lifted a finger. But let me repeat myself. Whatever you think you did or did not do is at this point irrelevant. At least to those who would wish to do you harm.
Yes, this city does seem full of more shady characters, I would admit.
Really shady characters. You, a strange man who has only arrived in this city, you must have arrived only a matter of days ago, or I surely would have known about it.
I wonder.
3 cycles ago, a Freyne trading company enters this city under the pretenses of honest trade and business, for which this location prides itself. But I have seen and heard and experienced some disturbing attacks against my interests and the interests of some of my friends and colleagues. I hear tell from this same organization. And now you show up and commit murder in my marketplace, tarnishing my reputation, ruining an entire days of trade and business, and perhaps causing others to fear returning. I don't believe in coincidences.
I assure you that my company it represents nothing but pure and honest trade, and any other such accusations, I'm afraid, are nothing but falsehood and slander.
Mr. Landul, why are you in Newport? I wonder. What is it you hope to accomplish here? Whatever it was, you clearly have failed at it.
Yes, I did not get much of a chance. I'm afraid I have been sent here representing the interests of my company to ensure that we do indeed continue to do good, honest business in this city. It seems harder than I had anticipated, however.
You are here then to what? Establish or identify new avenues of business?
I'm simply here to improve our profit margin for this particular area.
I see.
I'll put it simply, in plain terms.
Well, in your brief time here, what has your expert opinion, or what does your expert opinion tell you? How would you increase your company's profits and trade interests?
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you our inner trade policies here, our strategies. That would be foolish. But
Oh, of course not. I'm wondering, though,
I'm sure you understand.
you've gotten quite a unique perspective of this city in your brief time here. I wonder what your appraisal of it is.
Yes, well, it certainly is a fascinating place. So many different cultures all meeting in this one spot. However, yes, it does seem slightly more uh, it, the business here. It does seem to be flourishing. However, the goods that we specialize in, they're not as popular here as we had anticipated.
Oh, and what goods do you trade in?
Surely you must know a high-ranking. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name before. What was?
Of course, my manners. Forgive me. And you're still leaning in. That sunlight is the angle of it. She's behind the hypotenuse, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
The it's just hitting your eyes. There's no way, even if you lean up against the desk, you can't get out of the. It's 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 irritating, and your eyes water slightly, almost as if things had been arranged just to have this sort of effect on any who might sit in this room. Um, my name is Akala Niju Matharal.
Pleasure to meet you. I'll sort of nod my head.
I've heard things, but I want to hear it from your lips. I'm curious. You've piqued my curiosity. Is it true that all the Freyans trade as flowers and reeds?
Of course not.
How
Surely.
fortuitous. Then perhaps you will have better profits here after all.
Indeed. Of course, as you must know, our primary trade comes from the textile, from textiles, and I'll sort of you know, like move my sleeve around, sort of show her some fraying silk, I guess, or maybe not silk, but some sort of cloth that's my jacket is made out of.
Oh, okay.
As you can see, we only make the highest quality.
Well, textiles are always a commodity that can be used. Why, I wonder, is it that you have not been as successful? Not successful enough to have your people send one such as you?
It seems that there is not a huge demand for high quality fabrics in this city.
And whose opinion is that? Is that what your... What was her name?
Yeah.
The cripple.
What was it? I can't remember her name either. I wrote it down somewhere, I think.
Solveig.
Solveig. You mean Solveig?
Ah, yes. That was the name.
She has done an admirable job in her time here.
Let me tell you what I think. Landul.
Go ahead.
I think you and your company, if you can call it that. They disgust me. And no doubt you feel quite similar. Our peoples have a history, you might say. But let's not let history come between a good thing. Your interests, your company, is not doing well because you cling to old ways of thinking. You divide your attentions. You do not look with a keen eye to where you should. Frankly, you don't know this place. You are out of your element here. This is not the verdant plains of Raduland. You won't see houses of fronds and vegetation here. Things are different.
Where in your opinion should we be looking?
It is not my business to prop up a competitor. Why would I or anyone do such a thing? Now, allies or other employees, well, that's a different story. I wonder if you realize the situation you find yourself in. Where do you come from, Landul? Are you from, do you make your home in Freyheim? Or do you make your place of dwelling in the city of trade, perhaps, or somewhere else in Ibifnul, or some other far-flung location?
No, I'm from Rogerland.
Of course. Where Dazazea holds sway. The queen of peace and tranquility. I don't suppose you've ever entered a temple of any of the enforcers before. I don't suppose you've borne witness to what they do to those who cross them.
I'm afraid I can't say that I have that pleasure.
Well, I have. You see, while the Court of Order and their enforcers are not the most populous or most widely tithed or worshipped institution here, they are influential. And as here, as with every other place they make themselves known, they are quite serious about infractions of all sorts, but most especially when it comes to the well-being and the lives of their members. Have you seen what the Iktomi do to traitors and to murderers?
I have not.
They hang them from the rafters. Not dropped so that their necks might break suddenly. No, they tie them up in ropes as if it was a spider's web. They attach the neck, the shoulders, and the arms to the ceiling. They tie the legs to the backs of the great spiders, the priests and forsworn of Helena ride as mounts. And ever so slowly, draw out the pain. Slowly pull that person apart.
That seems quite barbaric.
Whatever you think about it, I might, if I were you, be concerned with what they might be thinking about you right now. As you say, there are not many of your people in this place. Not easy to blend in. I think, Landul, that you need me more than you might be willing to admit. I don't need you. But I've never been one to throw away a resource just because its appearance does not please me.
It seems that we can both do things for one another.
Well, I can think, and I've told you about many things I can do for you, keeping you alive for the moment being the chief one of them. What can you do for me? I haven't heard that.
Seems, although you haven't said it in these words, but it seems to me that you've been having a fair bit of trouble with our business interests in this city. I could perhaps cut you a deal. Would you be interested in acquiring some of these? I'll sort of motion to the fabrics in. I do have fabrics I can offer you. Perhaps a portion of our of what we bring to the city would be yours to trade. I know that you need some sort of way to compete. The only way you're going to compete is with more of with our own fabrics. I know nothing you make can compare.
Oh, really? Believe you misunderstand me, but I admire your boldness. I think the very fact that you're willing is interesting. Did not think you would be.
Never been one to turn down a good deal.
Well, let me say this. I think you, and by extension your entire company, since their continued existence in Newport seems entirely dependent upon your involvement, since they were not doing a good enough job themselves. I saw your ship dock the other day. As you say, you are not finding your prospects as easily or as profitable as you wish.
I'm sure I have you to thank at least partially for that. But that's just common business practice, I'm sure.
I will give you a list of contacts I have, friends you might say, who I believe will offer a better deal than you would find on your own. However, for the benefit of this knowledge, for my aid in this, I want 65% of whatever is offered to you for this shipment. Perhaps with some of that money, with some of that wealth, I can make some suggestions to the Temple of the Enforcers to ease their ire.
I'm afraid 65% is just not possible.
No.
Company. I can go perhaps 30%.
What is going to happen, Mr. Landul, if I simply bid you adieu, usher you out of my establishment,
My
to
company
the
will
welcoming
simply.
arms of this city's well, you've met them already. I wonder what would happen to you. I wonder what would happen. Have you visited Leknero before?
Leknero. I'm afraid not.
Well, by all means, you can just see it from here. And she gestures to a side window.
Oh.
It's that large circle in the distance to the west. You can just see it down the street and catch a glimpse of its perimeter. It's set in a depression, dug into the sands. And you see, as you look, you see the busy streets of Newport. You see there's an avenue off to the left of your vantage point, which winds down, meandering between the tightly compacted buildings. You see a huge swath of unwashed individuals. You see the areas, the air. It's almost as if there's a pall or like a dust cloud of some sort hanging in the air around and about that place. They call it the Circle of Shame. It is next to Atramenerga, the largest slave market on all of Katik. What do you think about that? They do take people from here to Atramenerga, you know. The Temple of, or the Priest of He Who Has Many Names is one of their most devoted customers, you might say.
Yes, quite. But unfortunately, it's still. If I were to agree to your 65%, I'm afraid my company's outlook in this city would go even more downhill. and I'm afraid I just can't. I can't let that happen. I will rather die than let my company go bankrupt. And unfortunately for you, Akala, if I did perish in this city, my company will simply send another like me to do my job. You, you can't, I'm afraid, buy out your competition quite so easily. But I am willing to offer you 35%.
How many grades in
Yeah. Bushido, fraying trailer.
how many grades in diplomacy do you have?
5.
5?
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
That's the one I thought I would be using to do this sort of thing, so I put a lot of points in it.
Well, that's the spirit. Well, I won't accept 35%, but I again admire your boldness.
I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement that we're both happy with.
I wonder, what would your company say if they knew you were associating with a filthy darkling? Would they be pleased? Or perhaps would you, with your shining skills of persuasion, convince them otherwise?
I don't think it really, when it comes down to it, they won't care what species you are as long as the deal is good.
Who is they? Is that the people you have employed in this city? Or some far-off fat merchant somewhere back in Runterland?
Yes. Yeah, the people that I work for, I'm simply an agent.
Simply an agent who, as you said, could be replaced. Does that delightful quality go for the rest of your fellow colleagues in Newport?
Some of them, certainly.
Consider that quality. Are you aware, I wonder, how much were you told of your colleagues here when you arrived?
I only know.
Or were you as in the dark as you appear to have been, such that you would have landed upon my doorstep?
I think the answer is obvious. I'm only sitting here because I was not as aware of my colleagues as perhaps I should have been, not as informed.
And you were not informed as to the environment of this place, the subtleties,
Quite.
you might say.
Indeed.
You are suffering those consequences now. You are feeling them. There are others here who I believe, those you work for, who also do not understand the subtleties needed to succeed in this place. They are holding back because of it. So they cannot or will not see. And you have to adapt, depending on your location. So, I would suggest you consider those words. Take some stock in how your company is actually doing here. What more could you be doing? She begins to write takes a quill and writes upon a piece of parchment. Compare what you receive from these individuals, what profits you make from them. Compare that to what your books say you've achieved in the past. And then think, who is a more sure bet? Who will provide the most profits, as you say? Who will help you to do your job the best?
Can I look at this list?
There are about 6 names written on it, none of whom you recognize.
Who are these people?
There is also, for those who have at least publicly known businesses, they are written upon them. Friends, as I said, contacts made through many cycles of dedicated negotiation and mutual, well, interests, you might say.
Why would you offer me this? You think someone in my own company is the reason that our interests have been?
I'm giving this to you because I see potential for opportunity. As I say, your people and mine do not get along. To put it very, very, very mildly. But it would behoove, I think, the both of us, to change that. You know, Newport was once a siren community. It was not until trade between the Kalfar and the siren that it burgeoned and grew such that it has. I don't misunderstand me. I have no desire to play diplomat and broker peace between our two peoples. I don't care what happens back in Rodaland. I don't care what happens to your people, but I do know you do offer unique items. And it is an advantage for one who might take it in this place. And frankly, it doesn't cost me anything, really. You should be thanking me. You, I believe, are getting the upper hand of this bargain. If you choose, of course, Landul, to take it. Go to one of those names. Take your textiles, your threads, your plants, or whatever it is you brought here to Newport. Offer it up. See what number comes back at you. If you like what you see, if you like what you hear, come back to me.
Oh. Okay. That seems fair enough.
And perhaps if things... Well, I am no soothsayer, I am no fortune teller, but perhaps I might have other avenues, other perspectives to consider.
We shall see what your contacts, as you call them, what price they offer. Then we shall see.
In the meantime, Mr. Landul, and she gets up from her desk, and she walks over to a cabinet in this room. In the meantime, you might want to consider wearing this. She gives you a similar-looking piece of garmentry atop your head that hides, or if you put it on, would hide your golden hair and some of the features of your face, at least upon if you were going through a crowd. Don't forget, of course, there are other people who are, well, let's just say you're quite popular at the moment. And don't forget also who, if you tire of the limelight, who might be able to make it dimmer.
I see.
But unless you have anything else to discuss or suggest or offer, I will leave you to your own devices. I trust you will make the correct decision.
Yes. Pleasure doing business with you, I'm sure. I'll sort of, yeah. I don't know what the custom like, but sort of to shake a hand. I guess that's sort of what I'm going for. I don't know if there's a different way that they do it in Freudian culture, but
I imagine handshakes or embraces are smiled upon. However, is that what you attempt to do the hand?
I'll just sort of hold out my hand, see if she even
She does not. He holds her hands behind her back, and her face twitches ever so slightly, in perhaps amusement or disgust at your fraying custom. She does not take your hand, but instead simply bids you good day again. And you are free to do as you wish. The guard has stepped aside as soon as she entered the room, so you are not halted from doing what you will.
Well, as I'll take the list and the hat thing. I'm not going to put it on, but I'll take it, and I'll sort of briskly sort of walk past the guard and out the room unless he stops me or something.
Nobody stops you. You
Yeah.
head back down the stairs, out the door, and back onto the busy streets of Newport, if that is your concern, or if that is your wish.
Yes, I want to sort of head to my trade headquarters.
Are you going to retrace your footsteps or try
Uh,
the route?
well, I don't really know my way around the city very well.
That's true.
I assume I can get there from the docks because that's how we got there before. So yeah.
So as you
I'll-
head to the, you can head to the docks, but in the meantime, so while that is occurring, we will switch scenes to our other two catalysts who zigged whereas Landul zagged. And you are in the dank cellar-like room, traveling downwards and away from the street, following this Typhon who saved you from perhaps, if not death, then perhaps pain. Lishmal saving you from the pursuers who got their clutches on your Frayne, your companion. But as you leave this room via a small corridor which veers downwards, curves to the left slightly, opening out into, it looks like some sort of natural opening. You're still beneath the earth, but whereas there's sand all about you on the surface, you've of course seen the rocky structures that jut out from the ground, which many of the buildings on the surface are made out of. And these stones, or this rocky floor to this desert, juts out even beneath the surface of the sands as well, it seems, as this, you open into a small cavern with a crack, a gouge running down the middle of it. And Ishmael takes you, hugging the wall, over to a crossing, a bridge of sorts over this narrow fault line, across through another, now completely natural, not man-made passage. There is only the torch that Ishmael has, and there was one more torch if anyone else wished to grab it. You may have that light to see by. It's eerily silent.
Too heavy for me.
Maybe Dill would grab a torch, but I mostly use my sense of smell to
Okay.
get my proper bearings.
that he is holding a torch aloft, and other than the sounds you make as you traverse this area, the
Sort of,
the sounds of the surface do not at all breach into this place. It's quite a scene shift.
Where are we going? Sort of just announced to no one in particular, but say it in Thuban. Well, where are we going? This place is much different indeed.
Far away.
Lichval?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Oh, you go.
Far from the gaze of those that seek you. To others, like myself, perhaps like you as well.
This
Taking
is
you to
good.
friends.
More of Dracoid lineage. Yes, this is good. Yeah, much can be learned, and there will be much tide. Yes, this is good.
And the Typhon nods, does not turn around to look at you as you speak, but continues leading the way. And in a short amount of time, you find yourself in a room, although again, it is not a man-made structure with floor and walls and a ceiling of mortar or wood. It looks like a small sort of a very small cavern beneath the surface here, where a number of people have clearly made this place habitable and familiar, as there are a number of braziers lit that hang from pitons that have been drove into the surface of the ceiling of this place. There are two other ways out, apart from the passage you entered in from. You see there are shelves, about 3 shelves of scrolls, a couple books. But you see a trio, not including the one who is leading you, but a trio of Typhons discussing something heatedly. You're not able to tell immediately as you first enter this place. There are circular rugs laid out about a small small sort of circular table on another end of this room that has, looks like, some bottles and pots of dyes and inks. You see there are some, it's like quills, and some other implements you're not immediately familiar with, arranged out as if they had been in use recently. And as you enter this place, following behind your Typhon guide. The other three stop their talking and turn to look at you approach. And one of them, Hunrei, one of the three you'd recognize as Jin, the man, the snake man you met and learned the meaning of trade from in your long journey to Newport across the desert.
This is good. Can I, from our flame tender, get a description on the coloration of these Typhon's skin?
Yes. So, Jin is of average, you might say, from our out of game, I guess, knowledge, build of a Typhon figure with green and yellow scales. There is another that he is speaking to who seems to be the one who was directing the conversation when you arrived, who is of larger and somewhat bulkier stature than your contact, who is decked out in red and black scales, which travel in a sort of jagged kind of pattern down the length of his serpentine body before splitting out and encircling the wide hood of his cobra head. And there is another individual who also has green and yellow markings about him, who is of slighter stature. It looks quite scrawny compared to the red and black individual there. They are each have a number of pouches and compartments on their person. Of course, Hunrei, you recall Jin always having such things on him, having seemingly whatever was needed for the particular moment, easily on hand from one of these pouches or satchels that he has harnessed about him, whether it was water or various inks and dyes, as he was teaching you the rudiments of your linguistic and artistic knowledge. But the other two, where Jin did not have an excessive amount of ornamentation upon him, they have a number of rings and bracelets.
Yes. So, one question, how tall is the passageway here? Because I am 7 feet tall. Do I have to go hunched or the like?
No, you have to go single file, but the passage looks almost like it started as kind of a crack of sorts that widened either with time or whether it was with man-made help. You're not sure. But the height of the passage is about 10 or so feet tall, maybe 10 and a half, but only something like 4 feet wide. It's narrower than it is tall.
Okay, so I take in all of these sights and smell the scents of those who are present, and immediately when I feel the scent of Rin, I am somewhat more relaxed than previously. Yes, this is comfortable. And when I have entered this hollow place where the gathering, I nod to those in front of me and
I greet you, Kindred.
looking directly towards Rin.
And he bows in the manner which you've seen him do many times before, bringing his whole head pointed down to the ground, brings it up again. And you, Hunrei, I believed we would meet again.
In sort of
So did I.
in Moolish, sort of comforting Dill, I say, look, we may be safe here, Dill. Hunrei knows these dracoids, these Typhon. I'm just sort of massaging the back of his neck, for he is surely anxious in a new, unknown place.
Lishmal turns to the both of you, but speaks to you, Hunrei. When Jin arrived in Newport, he revealed to us your existence and your desires for knowledge and other such things.
Yes, that is my purpose here.
Looking approving towards Rin. Like, yes, he understood me.
And I have already begun to learn more. Yes, from me till, and I have also learned some of the trade of the bright ones. Those tiny, bright people, they look alike to the purple ones that ally with slavers. Yes.
And the red and black scaled Typhon slithers forward slightly. Raidens
Yes.
is what their people are called. They are connected to the dark ones you speak of, with skin of purple and lavender.
Yes. This I saw. But the one, Landul, does not know trade. No, it does not. It tosses metal to the floor, the ground. It does not know value. the value of Unresumelra. It has purchased and not paid. I will make it pay.
The oath of a trade is not a contract that is lightly or easily broken. And he looks to the other two, the ogre and the strange small sprite creature.
Well, Nia
You
would understand everything because we have been speaking in Thuban all
Yes,
along.
my apologies. They
Mm.
and retroactively, the Kalfar was also speaking in Thuban.
Mm.
You are known to us, but who are these strange species?
Ni.
I am me.
You are Dracoid, correct, Ni?
Yes, you've said. I consider myself a sprite. And this is Dill. He is an ogre.
I am aware of the people, the children of rage. I have seen your kind before.
Am I the
Ni has
first sprite you've seen?
power. Her voice rich in magic. She's puny in size, but voice, yes, the voice will make you sleep immediately.
And with that description, you see Typhon's eyes flash ever so slightly, as if a recollection has passed his mind. Ah, a sprite. I have heard of your people, but never have I laid eyes upon one. It is... You are a strange yet unique creature. It is my honor to witness you.
That, I was just going to say, is it sort of saddens or upsets me because one of my first questions was going to be asking them if they'd seen any other sprites, hoping for information for my family, but that him announcing that I'm the first sprite he's ever seen, obviously, it's quite disappointing. So I'm still listening intently to what he has to say.
My words displease you.
I was.
I did not mean to offend.
No, you haven't offended. I'm searching for my family who were enslaved, and I believe, at least all our information points to them being taken here and sold in that place called Lucerno. Just you saying you've never seen a sprite before means you've never seen my family.
Not myself personally.
If you know of anybody who may have, I would be greatly in your debt. Although I am in a few people's debts right now. I owe Hunrei the song in a tongue I have not learned, though I wish to. And I also, sorry, which one was the one addressing me? Was it? It wasn't
The
Leishman, was it?
larger red and black.
Okay, and I sort of am acknowledging Leishman, and I also owe Leishman a debt, for he saved us from that tight spot back in the marketplace, where we were nearly enslaved. So I'm in no position to offer myself more debt, though. If you do happen to have or find any word of a family of sprites being enslaved and sold, I will do whatever I can to repay you.
I will do so. You have... He looks to each of you. Brought low. A warrior of the Enforcers.
It was puny.
It was quite a. It wasn't that small, Hunrei.
Tell me.
Quite large comparative to myself. And
But you felled it with the magical might of only your voice, and you were so smaller than it, and yet it fell.
I did not kill it, Hunrei. I merely sent it to sleep. I did follow it into the dreamland of Opiate, and I sent him a warning never to follow us again, never to accost us.
Yes, I have.
I hope he takes
Read.
that message back to his masters.
In tomes of your species' connection to the dreamlands.
We are descended from ruler Usgard himself.
A dragon of dreams and of freedom, rainbows and colors. What has...
And butterflies. Do not forget the butterflies. Have you not seen a butterfly?
I do not believe that I have. But tell me, what is it that has occurred on the surface to bring you here? Each of you. You... Sprite. This ogre. Do you seek as this one seeks? Or is it the randomness of chance? They smile as a weird sort of smile that only a snake can produce to himself. That brings you down here with us.
Was he addressing Dill?
He's sort of addressing the both of you, as he doesn't know who either of you are. He knows who Hunrei is, but is sort of asking the both of you, basically who you are and what the circumstances are that have led you here.
I may have already revealed that. I'm here in search of my family. Dill, although you may find it hard to believe, is my brother. He has lived with my family for many cycles, until one day the slavers came killed my mother, enslaved my father and my 3 brothers. And we followed them, and learned that they were to be taken to Lucerna in Newport.
Was
So this is where we've come. And within moments after landing, had the good fortune of meeting Hunrei here, who was interested in my story. We have found common ground in our fight against slavers. And I sort of smile at Hunrei as I say that.
Yes,
Yes.
the death of those who revere the mistress of slavery. She will die.
And his prowess has aided Dill's intimidating figure, and I've pledged myself to learn a song that Hunrei once heard in the Rolling Temple, sung by a demon in the language of the shadow, the language of perfection. I will learn this tongue, and I will sing in it. That is my story so far.
my name is Vasun. I am, among many other things, a merchant. It takes much courage and will to do as you have said, to stand against the slavery, as you put it, of those who ally with Helena and her companions.
Who is Helena? Is she some sort of slave boss in this city?
She is, as your companion has indicated, the queen he spoke of webs, and of order, and of oppression. She is the mistress of spiders, the leader of the enforcers, 5 divinities who seek to contain the world and all its people within the iron bars of their laws.
With my meager understanding of, well, theology as such, would Helena be a name I have heard before?
Probably not. Vasun is misunderstanding your
Yeah.
definition of who you think the Queen of Slavery is. He is interpreting things based on your skirmish with the enforcers.
I take the knowledge that he says and I nod slightly.
Yes, 5 pawns of Rhea, lady, traitor of darkness, affection, and mother of cats. Yes, these 5 pawns, they are Yvronden,
and I switch language to Arimanian, which, just as the word comes out, it summons recoil from those who hears it, not ready for the pronunciation of this entropic tongue. And it's also the biggest insult you could say in Arimanian, for Ifhunden means unimportant. The worst thing you could ever deem something in Arimanian.
And the strange, beautiful yet haunting, that otherworldly tonality of that word, of any word spoken in that strange tongue, the oldest language perhaps in existence, given its genesis from the elder creator of darkness itself. It reverberates strangely against the stone of this place. And while it doesn't cause pain or anything, so vulgar or extreme as that, it does, as you say, take the reptiles in this room by surprise somewhat, and they...
Even if they don't understand the language, if they have any forms of insight, they would feel and know that I laid a heavy insult in another language to Ri and her, what I know now to be her 5 pawns in this city.
So a lot of this is new to me. I thought humans were slavers and slavers were humans. The slavers that took me, my family, I heard no speaking of this Helena. Why would... Who are these 5 you speak of?
There is, as I said, Helena, mistress of order and webs and spiders. There is Aulis, the slayer, the bounty hunter of the enforcers, who hides his face behind a helmet of bone. The skeletal remains of his first prey. He hunts those who disobey, who are enemies of the enforcers, and stakes them and burns them for their transgressions against their order. There is Zansaro, the beguiler, who would have you love her above all else in this world, above your friends, your family, above even yourself.
To that I take, you can see I shift and my posture becomes a bit more uneasy at the mention of this one pawn, this Zansaro, for to abandon the love of myself, that goes against what I definitely know about Ahriman. That is way against its teachings. You has to have ego in that religion. So to that I take offense, and I look more serious.
And turning to Hunra, I say, I can see why you are so offended by slavers, Unre. The king of freedom must work against these oppressive, slaving divinities.
Yeah. So it does. So it does. Yes. But she, the traitor of the king's lineage, she helped these 5, yes. So it must be. For she is darkness and flame, and every filthy feline that hunts and enslaves.
You speak of she.
Yes, I speak of the mistress of slavery, Chainmaker.
This divinity has long been an ally of the 5 I speak of the 5 that hold great sway on the surface above, and who have great hatred and fear of those. And he looks intently on you, Hunrei, or at you, Hunrei. Those who would seek knowledge to increase themselves, their own.
Add to oneself. I sort of nod, like I sort of understand this concept. I've heard Hunrei. I'm sort of like saying to Hunrei, like nodding. Add to oneself, like.
Yes.
Yeah, like quite impressed with myself. Like I'm horrible at maths and numbers, but this I sort of understand, and I'm like I get it.
Beware these divinities and those who serve them. There are also Zaust, the usher of souls, to their final end. And perhaps the most hated, the divinity who was once 66 separate spirits, angels of the high heavens. He who has many names. For he would see all of creation imprisoned in his oubliette.
I nod to this new information, and if I remember correctly, there was a table with dice, inks, and such in this grotto.
Yes.
I approach this table and take off my backpack, put it down there, and take out the book, which now has a few blood stains for being in the same backpack as the ripped off leg. And I put it on the table, turn it on a blank piece of skin, and I almost start risping and scratching with my claw when I see the quill and the inkwell, having had some knowledge of how to use them.
Mm-hmm.
I take the quill and I look towards the Typhon.
Will you trade me their symbols and colors so I may know and profane them?
You hear Jin speak to... Do either of you speak Thraxa?
I do.
Okay,
I don't speak it, but I can read it.
and read it.
Mm.
Okay. You hear Jin speak out to Vasun in Thraxa to acquiesce and to do this. And the red and black scaled one slithers up to you and takes one of his 3 claws upon his strange Typhon hands, and dips it into a inkwell or bottle of dye. As I imagine you holding out, I imagine your tome,
Mm.
and illustrates for you. And as he does so, explains what each of them are, so that you are free to sort of mark in, Helena, in Mistress of Spiders, or whatever it is, however your character would internalize these symbols.
So I place them there in the book. I'll listen to what he says and perhaps even respond in Thrax, as I know the language, and probably sounds a bit weird to Ni and Dill, because suddenly I start doing almost clicking sound with my throat.
Sounds like the twisting of celery or the cracking of bones.
And the conversation goes like that, but in the throat of an alligator man and a snake man. So the scene takes, probably for someone who don't understand the language, a completely different mood. As we paint symbols and references in my big leather tome. And I basically just told them, if you teach me this, I will do stuff for you. So I assume they are happy.
Yes. Although their mood is difficult to read on their reptilian faces, I guess, just as it is hard to read on yours.
I use smell.
Yeah. It's probably easy for the both of you, as you are both Dracoid. But
way easier than for the other two.
Right. He inscribes a stylized web, spider's web, representing Helena in your leather book on one of the animal skins that you have laid out. A grotesque helmet representing Alice, the burning absolution. A horrific-looking creature with fangs and flashing eyes and wide bat-like sort of ears. Zoust. 3 pyramids encircled by a halo. Zansara the Beguiler. And of course, a chain representing he who has many names. He leaves these all in your book for you to learn.
Yes. Content with this, I let the inks dry a bit in the air, maybe even blow a little on them as I close the tome and look towards them as I assume their request of their part of the trade will begin. Because I assume, okay, you have given me something, now I will do something for you. So that is trade.
Right. As he finishes up, he addresses the both of you again. I see. By the knowledge you have gained and the skill you wield, the tongue of Thraxa, and what Jin has revealed, that you are able and willing to learn some greater truths of this world.
Indeed, I have strength in claw, blade, and mind, and I will have more.
What of you, sprite creature, you wish to reconvene with family and loved one?
I have no skill at weaponry or fighting. I
But
am
you
a,
have mind, and of your will you stood against forsworn warriors of these enforcers in your cause.
My bravery was easily found when, in my company, I have such intimidating and ferocious fighters, sort of looking at mainly Hunrei and also Dill. My skills are singing, though I'm not yet as skilled as my mother. Hunrei speaks highly of me, but he has never heard a true master sing. My mother, well, I dream that one day I will live up to her voice. But I am a keen learner. I wish to hear I wish to learn many things of this world. And if you know anything of Magi, Hunrei has told me of, and I am keen to learn their ways as well as the ways of language and song.
I look at me because I'm a little bit confused. Like, what? Aren't you a magi? Because I saw you make someone fall asleep with voice alone.
What does that look for, Hunrei?
Your voice put the human to sleep in few moments. That was not the craft of witching, a hex, a curse, a spell.
That is not Magi. That is opiate. That is Uskod. That is the entrance to the dreamland. Unless I'm mistaken, you did not say that Magi has anything to do with opiate.
I'm gonna have to make a theology check here because
Or occultism check.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see which one I would probably use. Probably occult, actually, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna make an occult check to see if I know anything about opiates and such.
Now, somewhat disturbingly, my camera, at least from my perspective, is completely frozen.
No, it's moving on our end.
That's good. I can't see anything, which worries me slightly. I hope I can stop this at our allotted time.
Well, we can see you and hear you properly.
That's good. I just hope I can hit the stop broadcast button. So I will take your word for it for for what you get for your rolls.
I got a 15 on my occult check to know anything about dreams and such, because, well, we are not a very astrally connected people, the Surushi. We just fall asleep for like 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. You have never heard any particular connection between magic, magi, and dreams, at least with your limited understanding from your background. You've never heard of such connections.
Yeah, I basically trucked with 2 kinds of magi in the Horde, and that was, well, summoners and witches, and the other 3 paths I don't know anything about, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So they look towards any
Dream? Yeah. I am unsure of what you speak.
Well, remember last night, and I sung you that song to send you into the dream, into opiate. That is dream.
Sleep?
Sleep is dream. Yes, why of course. How could it not be?
I look at you like this is completely new information. I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you sleep, what do you see?
Blackness. And then a new day.
No.
I look
Surely
towards
not.
the other Typhon and see, back me up here, guys.
Surely not. The land of opiate is the most beautiful one. Surely you've walked its fields.
To do so with a conscious and waking mind is a gift bestowed upon your people and some others.
Oh, just a second, and switching to Moolish, I say, Dill, when you sleep, Dill, you dream, don't you? What do you see when you sleep, Dill? These people say they see nothing but blackness and then a new day.
He seems to think about it for a moment, as if trying to recall. As while ogres are fey, they are not as closely connected. Certainly not to sprites, or even to Thulian Blood Iron has no effect on them.
Yeah, he has lived his whole life with a singing bunch of sprites that sing and tell stories and all those kinds of things. So
hey, already knows more than me.
It's true.
What do you see, brother?
Flashing images, memories. Oh, I can't remember. Sometimes I see much. Other nights, nothing.
Well, we will talk about this later. And switching back to Thuban, Dill sees, though he has trouble remembering, but he still dreams. It's not only sprites that dream. And that's sort of like I say that with a bit of relief, like Ooh.
No, but your people are connected to that other world more deeply than others. I met once another
But
creature.
But I have sent people into the dream once before. Today, that human, most horrible of creatures, yet he was still able to enter the dream. I sent him there, and I followed him there.
What is it you wish to know?
I wish to know. My gut instinct is just to say everything, but I wish
There
to
is much in this
learn.
world that is yet known or still unknown to you.
Yes, I have lived my life near a forest, and I realize that there is so much for me to learn.
We
But how to learn it is everywhere I go. There
Hey.
seems to be men wearing swords and chains of slavery, and where does one go to learn in peace and tranquility?
He slithers up ever so slightly more, probably uncomfortably so, at least to Dill. We can teach you much if you have the will and are willing to make the sacrifices such knowledge requires.
Sacrifices. What, the
To learn.
sacrifice of time and effort? Or of blood and flesh?
To learn new things, to experience all that this world has to offer, we must always push ourselves further. But there are those who would prefer the simple life of ignorance and comfort.
No, the ignorant, the comfortable life I lived. Well, I realize now that it was full of ignorance. It was ignorant of slavers and their will to chain us. I cannot go back to that life, although I do dearly miss it. I seek knowledge and the power that knowledge will bring. I want to free all slaves. I wish to join the King of Freedom, looking at Hunrei.
If
To
that is
learn his language and sing his song. Wish to read the secrets of the Magi contained within books and scrolls and tombs. I wish to learn as much as I can in this world. And I wish to take all of you into the dream, into Opiate, so that you may see the beauty that you are missing out on.
And he nods and gestures for you to follow him as he leaves, slithering through one of the other passages.
I'm switching to
this.
Moorish. I say, these are our friends here, much like Hunrei. You should feel safe here. They will not harm us. And answer. I think this one wants us to follow. I don't know which one. Which one was it? Was that
the red and black.
Vazrun? Was that Vazrun or
Vasoon.
Vasoon? Vasoon. Okay.
He adjourns from this room and takes you through a passage into another. But while that happens, Landul, as you find yourself in the busy streets of Newport once again, the heat of the sun's light now in its full capacity, glaring down on the baked streets and buildings. You have your note. You have probably a lot to think about. But where is it you wish to go after having met with this strange woman, this Akala, this Kalfar?
I want to try and make my way back to my trading post headquarters.
Okay.
While I'm doing that, just like not really. I sort of imagine it would stand out to me more now after this conversation. The conversation I had, like, I want to like keep my eyes open for anyone wearing a hat similar to like she was wearing and the one that she gave me, sort of thing. Like, if I see anyone, like, I'm assuming at this point, but if I see anyone wearing anything like that, like, sort of take note of that.
You see a large number of people wearing not exactly the same thing, but similar sorts of headgear as you travel the streets back the way you came. It becomes quite apparent, although you're not sure the why, but it's clearly a Kalfar thing, some sort of custom.
I see.
That they each have, and it seems like many of them, some are more strange or elaborate or ostentatious than the last, but each of them have wide brims about them, hiding their head and face from the glaring heat and brightness of the sun as they go about their business.
Well, in that case, I'm not going to put it on then.
Okay.
And I'll just keep making my way to the trade headquarters.
Why don't you, as you make your way back, roll me a perception?
Alright. Dice Street. Where? 3, 4, 5. Nine. It's 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, as you get to the area where the market was before, you can't see anything in particular, but it's clear the commotion is not quite over. You don't see anything or anyone in particular, either good or bad. There's just, I mean, even in normal times, it is a huge mass of people in this market square. But that is what you you notice.
Well, I guess I don't really think anything of that. That seems fairly normal for a market. Lots of people.
Right. True. One would hope, anyway.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll try and avoid, like, I'm not gonna walk straight, like,
right.
through where the
Okay, so
where all the
you
commotion. Yeah.
skirt
Mm.
away from that place to make your way back to the trading house.
Yeah, when I make my way there, the first thing that I think I will do is go to my quarters where I was assigned, and my case that I brought. I have spare clothes and such in there. I'll go and just change out of my bloodied, dirty clothes that have been sullied, and just sort of like clean myself, like redo my makeup and comb my hair, and like get myself looking proper how I looked when I first arrived.
Right.
And then to think, I wanted to like reflect upon what's happened. I'll find a somewhere exposed to the sun, because the Freyans, they do like the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe a balcony or something.
There
And
is
sort of
one
just
in your room.
Yeah, sit on that and meditate for a few hours, as most Freyans do during the day. Anyway, so this is I didn't make a meditation of my atraxia.
So as you enter the dreamlands, meditating, reestablishing, anchoring yourself, attuning yourself with the nature of your people, of your species, reaffirming the tranquility of Dazazea, calming your mind and your spirit against the headiness of the day's events. Would you be interested in providing a soliloquy for your thought as you meditate upon events?
I can if you want.
It is your choice. You don't have to. I'm offering you one.
I might save it till the end. I suppose I can, because what I said at the end sort of be what I reflect upon here as well. Anyway, I think so.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yes.
So you meditate and you find yourself somewhat refreshed. Yeah.
In the sun, take deep breaths. I do technically have to do a roll to see if my atraxia even goes up, because sometimes it doesn't. So I will do that. Okay, that's not good.
I still, frighteningly enough, can't see anything on my end. I'm not sure how to change that. But I'm going to take your. I have all faith in all of you.
I got 3 and a 1, so.
Oh no!
A 15 to even have my score go up. So,
your score goes down by 1, I believe. You are not quite as attuned or refreshed. It's been quite a
stressful day.
For certain. Of that you can be assured.
Well.
But nevertheless, you complete your meditation and you awaken a couple hours. At this point, it's early afternoon. Ahura Mazda has just reached its zenith. Are's chariot having taken its body halfway across the sky,
I'll stand and I'll check the list again. Does it have? Is it just a list of names, or does it have like places on it?
It does not have locations. It just has names. And there are 6. One of them is Phinegas. Who is a dyes, works with dyes and what's the word I'm looking for? Pigments,
Clothing?
pigments,
Yeah,
and
pigments.
pigments and dyes. There is a name Kazakh.
Because I don't recognize any of these. Like I've never heard of these
No.
people. I'll look around the sort of ask the nearest sort of Fraying or employee sort of person that I see in the trade house
Okay.
where
Do you want the rest of the names, or are you good?
no, I'm alright. I assume that.
Okay. Who are you asking about for the first?
I'm
first
looking
two?
for well, I want to see if I can find Sylvain in the trading post and see
Oh
if she
yes,
recognizes.
she is. She is here. She is going over some ledgers.
Miss
You're
Sylvain.
back.
Indeed. I was wondering if you could help me with something. Do you know? Have you heard of any of these people? And I'll hand her the list.
I know 2 of these names. They have not dealt with us in the past.
I see.
I am aware of this Finegos, and I have heard, though have not met before, I have difficulty pronouncing these names with apostrophes. Nifrushtach.
Do you perhaps know where they might be found? Their locations of business.
Yes. Finegos is near the docks, not far from where our storehouse is. You will find the other past the temple of Osthay on the other side of the city.
Yes.
Have you made progress? To have
Of the sort.
found so many names, even if they do not do business with us, speaks volumes as to your skill. I'm to say I'm impressed.
Thank you, but don't be too impressed just yet. It's only a list of names. I've yet to see what they potentially have to offer. But thank you again, my lady. I'm still new to this city, and as such, I don't know many of its people. A sort of a bow to her. I'm going
Where
to
are the other 3?
Yes. They turned out not to be quite as upstanding citizens as I had hoped. Let's say they ran in the market, and alas, now I am short 2 bodyguards, but I will have to make do. I'm loath to spend any more money and see it run away.
Well, thankfully, your taste in bodyguards and security is not what is required here. If you can find more names and generate more contacts, and if you can get either Finagos or that other one, or indeed any of these individuals, I haven't met or heard of the other four here. Even
Well,
get them to speak with us would be an improvement.
I shall try my best.
Quite entrenched with some of the organizations already in business here.
Well, thank you again. Anyway, I must be off before the light of our Mazda fades. And I'll give her like a big bow again and sort of turn away.
And she bows as well. Sure, not a full, and goes back to her accounting.
Yeah, as I go to, I assume that we don't really have we might have this in the headquarters here, but otherwise I'm gonna have to go to the storehouse, I suppose, to get like some sort of like a sample, like a bunch of like small pieces of different types of cloth and stuff that we.
You're getting some of your goods.
Yeah, like not like so like I'll give you these for something. It's more of an example, like a sample.
How you can yes, that is available here. How much are you gathering all your stuff, and what are you taking? Are you just taking what you
maybe
can?
Maybe 5 bits of like you can see that like here like 15 centimeters, like 6 inches by 6 inches.
I still can I can get that. I don't know what's going on my end. I'm looking at a frozen screen. I hope this is still broadcasting.
According to
everything seems like it's going on fine.
To the Google thing, it still says live.
Yeah, mine says live. Yeah, so just maybe like 5 pieces of like 5-6 inch by 6 inch sort of squares of cloth that are just sort of like to show different patterns and different types. Like you wouldn't make anything out of them, and they're just examples.
You're getting a couple bolts of cloth too. Okay.
Just
are you gathering any of your other fraying wares, or are you focusing on textiles?
Well, mainly textiles because that's what we have the most of. But I will get a couple of other things. I think we have a bit of jewelry we trade in. But like for that, I'm not going to grab like a valuable piece of like golden necklace or anything like that. It'll just be like a simple ring or something perhaps that just sort of shows the craftsmanship more than anything.
What does the ring look like?
Maybe like a copper, one of the copper band that's just like, so the value in them isn't very much in the metal, but the crafts work on it has like a pattern around the like flowing sort of grass and along the outside carved in, something like that. And obviously the carving itself is fairly high quality, and probably not the best thing anyone's ever seen or anything like that, but it's good. It's not like
it's good,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just take that for now. Those are my Landul's main sort of fortes, I guess. Would be jewelry and cloth.
Okay.
And then I'll sort of start making my way. I want to go. Just the second name that Sylvain said that she recognized, the one past the temple. Does that have written on the list what he does?
Does not. It just has the name.
Okay, well then I'll go to the pigment man that dies. What was his name? It's something else.
Finagos, the first name?
Finagos, yeah, Finagos. Okay. I'll make my way to to where Silve said I might find Venegos.
Okay.
As I'm sort of walking through the streets on my way there as well, like during my meditation as well, I would have reflected upon this. The advice that Akala had given me about wearing the hat to sort of hide my species, I suppose. That's sort of, I think that actually probably was pretty good advice. Like, I'm not going to wear her Kalfa hat. That's, I don't like their style. I don't like Kalfars very much. But I will, on my way there, I'll keep my eye open, I guess, for like a clothing store or like somewhere that sells hats, not in that style, but something that would cover my like, so I'm not immediately recognizable.
Sure, there is a merchant who is selling garments of various sorts, but also like strips of different colored cloths of varying widths. And he has them sort of like arranged and how they would be worn. In fact, there are two like assistants of his. One is male, one is female, and they are both wearing a lot of assortments of the different things he has for sale. One of them has sort of like a bluish sort of fabric woven around in a turban-like kind of deal. The woman has sort of like a hood draped about her and keeping her head from being heated by the sun. It looks to be of it's not exceptional quality, but it's not bad, surprisingly enough.
Well,
sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm looking for a piece of headwear, or perhaps some sort of a cloak to shade me from this bright light of the Vavra Monster. It is quite
That it is.
dark, quite wary.
Well, I am pleased you have chosen me and my establishment for your needs. Yes, in this place, I would highly recommend keeping yourself from being burned by the bright and hot light of the days here on the edge of the Desert of Ash. I have many things for sale. Do any strike your fancy as something one such as you, who I see is a man of taste and of wealth?
I do quite like the this man's turban that he's wearing here. Gesture to his assistant.
A fine choice. Where are you keeping your money?
I leave most of it in my quarters in the
Okay.
in the thing. I usually only carry one pouch around at a time, which I did through the one that I had to.
Yeah, how much money did you through your pouch of pieces?
So I would say that I have maybe like 5 or 6 of those pouches in total. Like so, that's sort of like the money that I've been.
So he, you could tell eyes all your purses that you have on you quite hungrily.
Well, no, I've left those 5 or 6 of those are like in my room. I've only got one on me. Sort of thing.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Well, we have this in 3 colors. One, a fabric which is undyed, if you are not a man of ostentation, but I see that you are. You are, as I said, one of taste and of wealth. I might recommend, with your complexion, this one. And offers it's a sort of like aquamarine. Whether you think that goes well with your golden skin or not, is your interpretation. But it looks a little bit nicer than the pigmentation is slightly more vivid upon this one.
I see.
And it's sort of like a gauzy kind of fabric.
Do you happen to have one in perhaps a golden color, or yellow perhaps?
Yellow. Are you sure you would want yellow? I do have something here. It is not a turban, but something that could be fashioned into a hood if you so choose.
No, I am in.
Well, if that is so, I must recommend this one. I have been doing this for many cycles, and I can tell when with your face and your complexion this fits.
I'll sort of pick up the corner of his bit of cloth that makes up his fabric and sort of give it a bit of a closer inspection. See,
Okay.
See what my professional opinion of his wares is.
Okay. You can roll a Weaver, I believe, would apply here as well.
Yeah. Roll. Not my meditation roll familiar. 8, 9. That's 14.
Okay. This is passable. It's nowhere near the quality. I mean, like nowhere near the quality of high quality fraying goods, but it's of acceptable mediocrity. If mediocrity is acceptable to you at all, perhaps it's blasphemous mediocrity, but it is mediocre.
This will have to do, I suppose. How?
There is no, stitching, no designs, no. There is no elegance to it. It is simply
Just a
cloth of passable quality, which has been adequately, which has been dyed a color, which may or may not be difficult to obtain in this part of the world.
fair enough. How much for this then?
For this, I would. You have only one.
Yeah. Cool badge.
Now, what's frustrating for me is I actually don't have. I can't access the dice roller. I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, and you are all gonna have to trust me.
We have trust for you.
What's that?
We have trust for you. I'm fairly certain you wouldn't cheat on us.
No.
Because that wouldn't be fun.
Okay. He is sizing you up, or attempting to see what he can perhaps get out of you. How much money do you have upon your person at the moment?
Well, I don't have a specific number written down.
What's your opulence rating?
5.
5?
Uh-huh.
Damn.
You can't have 5.
I
5.
can. All
You
4
can have.
advantage points in wealth, and then you get
Oh,
one.
okay. I must have missed that. You have 5. You're selling yourself short. If you have an opulence of 5, you are Uncle
Add
Mike.
some, I don't know, flair to that stuff. I mean, golden clothes or something.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought 5 was only like apprentice or something in the opulent scale.
Most people start with 1. So, well, in that case, what an honor indeed for this individual with exotic finery he's wearing to visit this man's stall. He's surely you understand and see high quality, and high quality has its own price. If you would but offer 5 silver triangles,
Is
which
5 silver triangles?
is a currency which means nothing to you, as you have frame currency. You do have gold, silver, and copper coinage upon your person, but how many grade? You have a bunch of grades in your knowledges for such things. He's hiking the price up for sure for this thing. This thing, for where you come from, this thing is probably worth a couple copper pieces.
Yeah. 5 silver triangles, you say? What a shame. And I'll just turn and start to leave.
No, no, please. I didn't mean to offend you by implying that what you were going to purchase from me was of cheap quality. You can tell, of course, by stopping here it is not. But I will be frank with you. This is, if you would but give me 1 silver triangle, I would still be quite honored to have your business.
Right. Seems much more agreeable. I'm not really interested in trying to negotiate it any. I just want to have.
With your money, you can
oh,
buy a piece of cloth for a hood.
pay him his
You are
1
not
silver
going to be put
triangle.
out. So you
Pleasure.
get it.
And I'll put it on, I suppose, as like maybe his assistant or someone can sort of help me make sure that it's on properly, like before I leave the store.
They're all up on you. So they help you arrange this thing in a sort of fashion similar to what the woman has on. It's this cloth is sort of wrapped about you and thrown over your shoulder to keep your neck and your head and face out of the heat and out of the sun.
Yes. Excellent. With that, I'm feeling a bit more at ease, I guess, in the city now, and I'll continue making my way towards the docks, where this dye maker is supposed to reside.
Okay. So you make your way down the downward twisting streets, and the closer you get to the coast, the closer you get to the docks, the architecture kind of changes from these structures that are primarily built into the stone here, or built out from the stone. You see a lot more structures of a clearly different make and design. Many are smaller, not big multi-tiered buildings, many of them, like what you've come from. Some are built out of it's like some sort of stone or sandstone kind of blocks, bricks, narrow, or not narrow, wide, I should say, opposite of narrow, and squat, one-story buildings, rectangular or ovoid in shape. As you get even closer to the water, you see buildings that are made of bone, that are covered with stretched skins from some aquatic creature, scales, as if from some kind of reptile or sea creature. You're not sure. Stitched together. And near the area where your warehouse was, where you first arrived after docking here, you don't see any other businesses nearby, but they must be if Sulve is to be believed. You are looking for a dye shop.
Yeah.
But if you spend a moment, or if you choose to ask any of the individuals around here, they will eventually point you in the direction of a structure that is built almost directly on the coast. It's a channel has been sort of dug out from the water's edge inland, about a dozen yards or so, to a building that is made of these sandstone blocks. That is an oval kind of design. One story, just like the others you've seen here. There are fabrics of many different colors and types hanging from lines. Not like a clothesline, like sheets out to dry, but strategically arranged pieces of fabric to show off the capabilities, what this business has to offer. Behind the building is a side structure, a storage area, it looks like. Not large like the warehouse you originally saw, but there is no script or sign with writing upon this this building, but there is a sign with an illustration of a bolt of cloth and a bottle of what would be used to hold various pigments in it.
I sort of nod to myself. This must be the place, and I'll stride towards the door of the building, sort of, and I guess I'll knock. I guess.
Well, there isn't a door. There is just there are is like a veil. There are
Okay.
strings with bits of coral and shells that are arranged.
Well, I
If you've
guess
ever
I'll sort
seen
of,
that sort of
yeah,
deal.
yeah. Well, I'll tap on the side of the door, like frame sort of thing, that the what's the strings of coral sort of
Okay.
separate. I'll just make some noise to try and get someone's attention.
Okay. You hear activity in there, and it takes a moment. But you hear uh, in. Do you speak um, Photashian?
No.
So he calls out something in a language you don't understand, and then in Thuban, an accented voice says, "Yes, yes."
Uh, hello, hello. I'll say I reply in Thuban as well, obviously. I was wondering if perhaps I could speak with you.
And
I assume you are the proprietor of this business. So gesture around at the dye, the cloths and stuff.
you see an individual who looks to be part human, part shark, part bird. From an out-of-game perspective, a siren. If your character had seen them, your character probably would have seen some.
Yeah.
They're not conversed with many, perhaps. A male siren with pale blue feathers, 3 feathers coming out from his head and sort of swept back down. He is wearing no shirt. His gills are obvious and seen. He is wearing a sort of like a skirt of some kind of scaled like sea leather, like as if somehow these sirens have been able to construct clothing from fish scales. He has his arms in a sort of a basin of some deeply pigmented, a deep red pigment, and he's working the fabric in this basin to. He's going about his work, but seeing you, he stands up and addresses you and acknowledges your presence. Yes, I am Finegos. This is my business.
A pleasure to meet you.
What
my
can I
name
do
is...
for you? He does not
My name
offer to
is-
shake your hand for obvious reasons.
my name is Landul, and also I'll give him a bow. I represent the interests of a very large trading organization. We deal primarily in textiles, and I couldn't help but notice you as a dye maker and dyer and pigment maker. I believe we should be friends.
Oh. He grabs a cloth. You have come to offer me trade, then.
Indeed.
I am always interested in seeing new wares. It looks at you from underneath the hood. What and who Where is your business based from?
As you might not be able to tell, I suppose. I am Freyin. It is a Freyin business. We're known as the Freya Zig Salimazda.
I have not seen any of your people before. I've heard of you.
Yes,
Others of my kind to the north, I believe, have settled upon your people's shores. Settled.
Yes.
We've been there since time began, of course, but you understand my meaning.
Of course. Yes, I'm not surprised that you haven't seen many of our kind here. We've only recently come to this city.
Ah. Well, and let us not waste
That's it.
words.
Yes, to business indeed. With that, I'll bring out the sample
I
bits
should
of.
tell you, I already have quite a profitable, long-standing relationship with some others. I hope your skill and what you have to offer will persuade me.
I'm quite sure that you will find our wares to be satisfactory.
Ah.
Sort of show him the different bits of cloth. I guess some of them would be undyed, or like showing the material, like thickness and. Yeah, I don't really actually know much about cloth in real life, so I can't say what features it has. But yeah, so like this one here is very fine, very thin, soft fabric.
Yeah, so just
Perfect.
describe for us all what each of these. Yeah, you said you
Okay,
grabbed
yeah.
like 3 or 4 bolts of cloth, I believe. So what
Yes,
are these things look like?
The first one will be very very thin and light, soft sort of fabric, the kind of stuff that probably would be suitable for like a desert climate. You wouldn't. It's not going to keep you warm or anything like that. But no one really worries about that in the things like silk, I suppose, but perhaps not quite as fancy as silk. The second one would be a thicker sort of like warmer style clothing, but still quite soft, like wool or something like that. The third one is it's thick again, but like it's like a hardy type material, like it's coarser, something that like it's not going to be fancy or anything, but you could like put it on like your everyday like outdoor clothes and it'll last. And yeah, the third one is again like this one is like embroidered. It's like another thin one, not thick at all, but like it has like a floral pattern, I suppose, sort of embroidered in the stitching. That's like the most fancy one that I would have brought by far. I think it's not like it's like none of them are like dyed any particular fancy colors or anything. And the embroidery one, perhaps the stitching of the flowers is a different color, so you can tell that it's there. But other than that, it's yeah, all like just plain colored.
He feels the fabric in his hands, looks at it, examining the stitchwork, feeling the material, gauging how well and how easily, and perhaps what sorts of colors the fabric would take. Is it difficult? Is it a long process? Is it easy? Has he seen material like this before?
Feel free to keep these samples, of course.
Ah. Hmm. These three, I already have a supplier who offers me fabrics of similar texture and quality. But these two, the first and the last one you mentioned, the silky material and the embroidered stitched one.
Yes. You have a fine eye, indeed. Those are our best products.
Now this is an expensive sort of material, I can tell. And this one, the embroidered one, has already been worked with some artistic design, obviously.
Indeed.
Do all of them come stitched as such?
This one is a Freyine style, as you can probably tell from the flowers, but we can, of course, do many other styles if requested.
Well, I can tell you that I would be interested in these two fabrics if your supply can is what is the word in this tongue? Is broad enough, is strong enough to maintain demand.
I don't think you need
You said your
to.
business was new to this city. I have not seen or heard of you. I would be happy doing business with you, but I take much of my fabrics in bulk.
How much would you be potentially interested in acquiring? We have quite a large amount available that we can bring in, but in terms of what we have in the city right now, well, we have a fair bit, but we can always get more if you require.
What is your... How much of this can you move into the city at a time?
But we have a boat that comes in every
This is sort of
yeah.
you're free to sort of, there is no right wrong answer here. It's your character, it's your call.
I was just trying to think of I don't know if there's a word for it in the law because they don't have like months and stuff. But
no, there is no month. There is
yeah.
a week, a chain of 11 days, and a year, a cycle of 77 days.
Yeah, we have a boat that arrives every three chains or so, and that can, assuming that you wish to acquire some, can be loaded almost to the brim with cloths.
What would your price be for this?
Well, we of course are willing to take currency. It's I don't know what an average. I guess three silver pieces per square.
Tell me what you're going for. Give me a percentage, I guess, markup that you're looking to try and bring about, because these currencies aren't.
Yeah,
there is no exchange rate in Vegas now.
This is my first business deal in the city, so to speak, and I don't
Yeah.
want it to go bad. So I'm going to give him a pretty fair price. Like it's not exorbitant or something. Maybe only like a 15-20% markup or something like that. Like that's pretty decent, I think. Like it's a good price as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Hmm.
Normally we would probably charge a bit more than that, but just to get a
Are you
foothold.
telling him that? You like usually?
No, no. So, not going to tell him that. Oh, I suppose I could actually. Yeah, I will tell him that actually. Yeah, normally we charge more than this, but you seem like a
Why don't you give
decent
me a diplomacy roll?
sort. Okay. 5, 10, 12.
That's a
I've rolled
4,
very
not
well
a,
today.
that's a 4, not a 5.
Well then 11.
11. Okay. Where's my thing? Here we go. Hmm. Hmm. I believe that is a fair price, but only if you can guarantee me you can maintain that supply
Uh,
every 3 chains. If
as,
you could offer perhaps a dozen bolts of this cloth, which is I'm going to say for you, not a it's possible, but with one one boat space is precious, so
yeah,
you might have to make room, make something
yeah.
else go, but you could do it.
Alright. I think we can accommodate you on that.
Hmm.
Yes. Are we agreed then? 12 volts. I assume you want 6 of this and 6 of that? Gesturing to the two that he...
Yes.
Excellent. I'm sure
Very
we can...
well. I do not know how your business does things,
We
but
will.
I will be here to finalize in whatever way you desire.
Excellent. We will send someone around with all the proper paperwork.
He doesn't know how things
Yeah.
go with you, but that is sort of the deal with. Good.
Excellent. Well, this has been at least the second half of the day is turning out better than the first. I'll sort of say this. I think that, like I said, that a bit more to myself than to him.
Okay.
And I'll give him another bow and go, we'll be in touch.
Okay.
And, yeah, and leave, I guess. I'm quite a lot happier now. I've actually made a step.
And so basically, from what you know, is you gave that guy a pretty fair price, a bit of a markup. You're you played fairly, if I gather you correctly.
Yeah.
You have the company has not been able to play fairly, to use that term, so far. You know, in their dealings, they're taking it's unfairly from your perspective, not the other way around. You're being paid far less than what is market appropriate. If you catch my meaning. So that what you've just done is even you know, reaching the average is a visible accomplishment for your margins.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
just to give you some context, which I probably should have given you before, but that's
Looks like this,
the outlook of how things have been.
Might not have been all talk after all.
Yeah. So where having made this sale, what is your next course of action?
I guess
At this point, it is about mid-afternoon.
I don't really want to go looking for this other person who they don't have a job or like a craft listed on this note that I've been given. And I don't really want to go searching in an unfamiliar part of an unfamiliar town as it's getting dark in the city. So I think I might head back.
It's not getting dark yet. It's about a quarter to 3, 3 o'clock sort of thing.
I would quite like to have another chance to try and meditate and gather my thoughts and stuff in there. Because my last meditation, and I feel like I may be able to achieve it this time. I've actually gone and done something once.
Okay.
Made a step forward. Perhaps my thoughts will be more easily calmed, and I haven't had a chance to meditate.
Are you going back to your trade house?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you give me a perception roll as you move back? Again, traversing sort of the same street.
Yeah, same way I came. 11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's hard to miss this deal. Doesn't nothing threat directed at you, but you see as you cross a sort of broad intersection between 3 different roads, 3 different streets, about halfway between the coast and your company. You see people make way for 3 mounted individuals. And you have seen these species before. You see a trio of Iktomi, each riding atop large brown spiders that resemble like tarantulas. And Iktomi are spider men themselves. If you imagine the body of a spider that's been turned, up. Its 2 front legs, or its 4 front legs, 2 on either side, fused together to form 2 arms and likewise for the legs, and if the spider head is turned to face like a human would. And they are bedecked in, arms and armor upon them. They also are wearing. You can't tell what it is exactly that's on them, but there's a brown tabard that covers their person, which has an image, an emblem of a brown spider upon a diamond-shaped web. The people make a wide berth for them. And does your character have any theology?
Yeah, I think I have one. Check. I got 2 theology.
Why don't you roll theology? It's difficult not for your character to know who this is, but we'll see.
17.
Okay, so these are mounted knights, basically. These are inquisitors, which are the arm of Helena, the head divinity of the enforcers, and with that, Iktomi are Helena's chosen people. They're the species that she created, these spider men.
When I see these spider men riding the giant tarantula spiders through the streets, my thoughts are sort of immediately sort of jerk back to what Akala told me about the priests with the giant spiders tearing people apart slowly. And I sort of I have a shiver slightly. It's not cold, but the thought does disturb me, especially seeing these giant spiders now for the first time. I can believe that they are more than capable of tearing someone apart.
Yeah, these things are like 10 feet. Like,
yeah. That's a big spider.
Yeah, it's
almost as big as some of the ones in Australia.
It's a frightening prospect.
Yeah, and I too give them a wide berth with the rest of the populace milling about, and I sort of stare, well, not stare, but like sort of I'm a bit awed and frightened by the size of these spiders.
Mm.
As I think any sane person should be.
Right. But you are not accosted, and you can return to your trade house. Sulve is there if you wish to discuss, but of course your room is as well if you wish to simply move to meditate.
Oh, I do want to meditate, but I haven't got time, so I'll just go to Sylvain. My lady, give her a bow again, as I do. My dealings today with the dye maker, they were quite good. In fact, we have an order for 12 bolts of cloth. He wants 6 of the silken one, and I think we have like trade names for these. 6 of like type A and 6 of type C.
At what price?
I'll tell her the price we agreed on. Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's fair to middling in Rodaland, but far better than we've been able to accomplish so far.
Yes, I was quite surprised myself, actually, given what I've heard. But he was a siren. He's a siren man. He was quite open to trade.
Really?
Yes.
I would not think that would be so. Strange.
Yes. I'll have to see if anyone else is as keen to trade as
Well, do so. You've had much success.
Yes. Well, I just thought I'd let you know the good news.
Thank you.
And of course, we can get the paperwork rolling.
Yes, of course. I will have someone attend to that immediately.
Yes. Excellent.
Huh.
Yes, please excuse me. I need to order my thoughts.
Of course.
I'll give her another bow. go to my room again, and I'll try yet again, hopefully more successfully this time, to meditate.
Okay.
Oops. God damn, that's a 1 and a 2. That's not gonna work.
Despite your attempts at meditation, still the events and seeing those spiders puts into perspective what was once just stories, which could have been embellishments on the part of a foul Calfar, but seeing the size of it.
To order to focus my thoughts where I want them. I keep getting sidetracked to the thoughts of their giant mandibles and their hairy legs.
Okay. And at this point, once you awaken or you rise or rouse from your meditations, it is dusk is upon the city, so any further meditations would be quite dangerous.
Why? I will just sort of go get my ledger and start writing in about the day's events, like the amount that we agreed and all to trade and all of that. That's pretty boring. I might want to
Okay.
the other papers, I suppose.
You tend to business for the moment. So, yes. If you give me 1 second, I'm still seeing everything frozen. I just want to check my router real quick. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Just want to check everything is in order. In the meantime, feel free. I'm going to switch back to Hunrei and Nay. So if you guys want to role play the scene as you walk to the next room, you may do so. I'll be back in just a second. Is that all right?
I can swing that. So you have been keep talking about this opiate, which you use as the word for sleep, something I don't really can wrap my head around. So as you keep using that word again,
What is this opiate you speak of? Is that not sleep? Is it not when the eyes go black and a new day begins?
Opiate is the dream. So when you sleep, sleep is the way we enter the dream. Your mind leaves this world and enters the world of opiate. Sleep is how we journey there. I sleep, as you might have seen, in the white silken cocoon wrappings that you may have seen me, but Dill and yourself, you seem to just close your eyes as you enter into sleep. And Opiate is the dreamland. And you say you've never dreamt.
I have slept
Maybe
many
you're-
hours.
yes, but you have never truly dreamed. Maybe you need guidance. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you need guidance. I'll take you there one day. I'll take you to the land of dream. Dream is opiate. Opiate is dream.
I have glimpses, only mere glimpses of pictures during sleep. Is this opiate?
You may be glimpsing the dreamlands, which is opiate. Just as this world has a ground and a sky and a sun and moons, the dreamlands is a world of its own, with only limit being your imagination and the power of your mind.
I do not understand. My mind is mighty. I know many tongues and arts, and my flesh is strong. My claws, teeth.
There is no language in the dreamlands. It matters not how many tongues you speak.
No language.
No language,
What is
no.
this madness?
We speak as kindred minds, thoughts, without language.
Thoughts
No words are
without
spoken.
language? What is this? The things you say, I do not understand them. What is this?
Maybe it is something beginning to realize that maybe because you've never been there, it is beyond understanding. It is like speaking to someone in a language they do not know and expecting them to understand. Maybe the only way you will truly know is if I take you there.
Do so. I need you vex my mind with these images and thoughts. I must reach perfection. I need to understand more. This cannot sit in my way. Show me.
Okay. We need a place to tonight, Hunrei. When we sleep, the day is at its end, and Vasun has shown us what he wishes to show. I will take you to the Dreamlands, to Opiate,
Yes.
if possible.
Yes.
I
This will
will try
happen.
my hardest.
Yes.
You must remain calm though. For
I will. Yes.
for a calm and soothed mind is the easiest one to guide. I sort of, as I say that, I'm remembering the many times Dill has been on the verge of rage, and sort of coaxing him into sleep was much harder, has been much more difficult in those times. So, and noticing Hunrei is sort of getting quite vocal and agitated about some of the things I'm saying. So you must remain calm, Hunrei, if you wish to travel to the Dreamlands. It is not a place of rage or anger.
Yes. I will understand it. No, I will master it, like many other things.
And then I look upon you, and as if I just remembered something.
You still wish to learn the language of the freedom, of the King of Freedom.
Yes, yes. There's the freedom from these shackles of this
Learn
world. Yes.
one sentence to begin. This one sentence begins the path. Listen. Arimaxaln Axnathrax.
And again, these words echo through these grottos we walk in. I want you to picture in your mind some form of Gaelic kind of song-like language, but it comes with an internal hollowness, like the one who says it, no matter how they feel, there is a hint of sadness, or at least despair, uncaringness. You do not care. Some form of hollowness is in the language, but it still sounds somewhat melodic, like Gaelic.
Arimaxal Axnathrax. It is
Again?
Arimaxal Axnathrax. It says, my song will continue. The ego, the yourself, will continue. You will be more. It is the phrase of oneself from where you begin.
Amaxal Axnafax.
Arimaxal Axnathrax.
Amaxal
You.
Axnafax. I know I'm getting it wrong. I want you to just keep repeating it until I get it right.
But that is the sentence of you, of your song. For Arimanian is the language of song, of your perfection.
And I will learn this,
Yes,
Unrei. I have promised you, and I
will.
will not go back on my word.
Tonight, use your voice again and sing me into this opiate so that I may master it.
Very well. The mastery of the dream it's a state of mind. It is peace with oneself. It's not something to impose yourself upon.
I must. My time here is growing short.
That's sort of confused. You are dying?
I am 144 cycles old. I have but 100 left. Then I will die.
Being quite a lot younger than 100 cycles. That is, you have my whole lifetime and more. You have much more time. What? Don't be so glum, Unrei. There is still plenty of time left for you to learn many things.
And as you you conclude this pact of yours, this exchange, this trade, language for access to this dimension beyond the flesh lands, you find yourself at last in a room. This is more an actual man-made structure that is still built into the rock, but now your path to this place went steadily upwards, back towards the surface, and though you haven't seen the sky yet, you emerge into a large, very high-ceilinged chamber, not terribly dissimilar from the style in the trading house that you were in. You see like a large circular table set into this room, which is circular in shape, and there are not a whole nother floor, but sort of a landing constructed some 10 feet up above the ground. There is a wooden step ladder to get up to it, where there are shelves of parchment, perhaps several dozen. There are books in this room as well, but there is also large reams of either parchment or some sort of canvas. You're not sure. You see individuals tracing sort of calligraphy and other designs, practicing some sort of artistry. There are no additional typhons in here, but rather a large assortment, perhaps 10 other individuals in this big room, which is lit with torches and sconces and a couple standing braziers, giving this place a sort of orange, flame-lit tone to the color of this place. You see Hunrei, 3 other Sarushas like yourself. The closest you have been to one of your kind in many cycles.
Fellow deserters. Maybe. I would...
Maybe. You would probably venture to assume. You see additionally, there are no humans. First off, which is something of a
Well,
of
of
a
course, they would
relief,
have been
probably.
eaten fairly quickly.
That's probably why you imagine there are none. There are none here. But you also see some. Give me one moment. I'm just double checking. You see a couple creatures which look almost like a human until you look at their legs. There are two satyrs also here. Nay, you have seen satyrs before, not a large number, but they are not a species unfamiliar to you. And the encounters you've had with them were good and favorable. You, in your experience, believe them to be
The
a
taverns my mother used to sing at, that I used to
Mhm.
accompany her in the last few cycles before they were taken, were mainly filled with satyrs and their good cheer at her performances. So yeah, my memories of satyrs are positive ones.
So are mine. They are food. I have eaten a few.
You also see a number of kitsune also here, a species that is unknown to the both of you. But some of them are reading. Many of them are, as I said, engaging in some form of artistry, practicing with dyes and quills and inks in order to write in a certain script. And Nay, you said you could read Thraxa, I believe.
Yes.
Hunre, can you read
I can
Thraxa?
both read and speak it.
Okay, so you can both. So this calligraphy that's going on is they're drawing characters, words, letters, brief sentences in Thraxa.
Is it made to just have an occult significance, or is there actual calligraphy and art history put into it?
It looks to be a little bit of both. If you have any occult, you may roll that.
I will do so.
I do not know anything of the occult.
Damn! 2 8s!
Nice. Excellent. If you have artistry or calligraphy, you may, or a forte in calligraphy, you may also roll that.
21 before modifiers.
Okay, all right,
So
excellent.
I have a 26 on the occult roll.
All
So
right.
if there's any big occult significance, I'll probably get it. And if you want me to roll art history, I can do
Sure.
that too.
Of course, why not?
Well, definitely not as impressive. "12 on the art history and a 26 on the occult."
Okay. Delightful. So the from your understanding of magic and the occult, you're not sure the specifics, but you know that many ways of magic require the precise either enunciation or the correct inscribing of
Yes, protective stone circles and
yes.
the symbols. Well, I know a few symbols, but I also know a bit of the details, at least regarding this path of summoners, because there are a few summoners in the Horde I talked occult and theology with. So I understand that. I think, at least, that
Right.
this will aid them in the summoning of daemons and demons.
The way it's been described to you, the way you've heard it in very broad strokes, is that magic, at least in some ways, works by you have to express the truest form of your will to do this thing, either to summon something or to cast a hex upon a person from immense distances or across even time. Requires an intense focus of purpose, which has to be expressed either through your voice or through your words, and so there's a lot of practice that is required and artistry in doing that, in finding the way to express yourself truly, and sort of so that you can do it. It becomes a part of you, if that kind of makes sense at all. So that's what this sort of practice mixed with sort of calligraphic, if that is a word, art. It's an art and a rote kind of memorization to be able to let yourself and your purpose flow through you. If that kind of makes sense at all.
To me, to my character, it most certainly does with that role.
So, and it's pretty good from an artistic standpoint, from what you're able to determine.
Are they writing it as I walk in?
Yes.
I will walk up to there and at least to observe, disregarding a lot of what's happening behind me. And, well, Nee can take it from there and perhaps shut up some of the satyrs and kitsunes.
This is, are you observing the I can't tell what you guys are doing. You're looking for a description of the of each person's calligraphy?
No, I'm not. I will. I'm sort of, even though I've seen these Sarushas, these Sarush, but that doesn't really surprise or sort of concern me. I'm looking towards what's his name, Vasoon, and because he was the one that bade me to follow, so
yeah.
Sort of just looking towards him, seeing what he.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't even want to break into a speech before.
Before Elias gets back. Okay, so
Oh, is he away?
Guess I will. I'm eagerly looking at these, reading these things in Thraxa. It sort of makes no sense to me. He's talking about sort of paths of magic and these sort of specific enunciation of words.
To you it just looks like letters.
It's just,
you know.
Of this language which I don't know how to speak, I can get the general meaning of what the words are conveying, but speaking it is, these writings seem to be emphasizing on how you speak them rather than the actual meaning contained within. So a lot of it is going over my head. It's kind of it's fascinating, but also very confusing. It's like I know what it's saying, but I don't understand what it means. Yes, and now yeah, I'm looking towards Vassoon to gauge what his response, what he is doing.
He turns to each of you, having brought you into this room. Jin and the other two Typhons, the unnamed, as yet unnamed one, and Lishmal, following behind you. This.
Oh, we've lost Elias.
Oh no. Okay, let's give him a moment. Well, you know what? Let's continue, and he can be recapped if hopefully he'll come back in a moment.
Yeah, he's coming back. Here he
Okay.
is.
Oh, sorry, just
That's all right.
dropped for a moment.
He turns to you, Vasun, the red and black scaled Typhon. This is a secret place, one of a small handful, where we come to learn and to practice. This was the closest of such locations we have to where we found you. Since Jin revealed to us, Hunrei, of your skills and your desire, we have had eyes upon you. This city is filled with treachery.
Yes, it is.
We did not wish you to fall victim to such a fate. And so, when the time was right, we have aided you. We wish to teach you. You have shown that you have the will and the strength to do so.
Of course.
And you, nay, sprite creature, your name was not known to us, but your words and the deeds that Hunrei has recounted. Your standing against the enforcers is not something done lightly. As such, this place, this coven, we have discussed. We have heard from the mistress her approval. We would, if you choose, bring you in, make you a part of this
family. I I already have a family, but I am always willing to make more friends.
Ah, you have seen how others in this place may not be trusted.
No,
If you wish
slavers
to
every time.
survive and to find those whom you love, those who are trustworthy, must stand together against those who would use, those who would deceive.
Yes. Yes, this may be the knowledge that I seek, the magi you spoke of. You all are magi, is that right?
Ah, some we may teach you. You can read these scriptures, nay.
And I gesture towards the scrolls of Thraxa being written.
I can read them, but I do not understand them.
This is magic. This is will upon Kvegathel in material. This is how you call down spirits, demon, angel, and set them here in their form, and then you can dictate and make them follow you. And if you speak it proper, they will impart wisdom upon you. This can be done. We can teach you this.
I am not interested in forcing anything or any spirit or creature in doing something that they do not wish to do. That would make me a slaver. No, I wish to learn this, but any power I manage to call down, it will come willingly, or it will not come at all.
It will come willingly. If you call upon fire, it wish to burn. But if you call upon it, you want it to burn.
Yes. Looking a little bit confused. I think I understand what you meant there. Yes, this I can read this. I do not understand how to speak this language. It is it seems to be quite a difficult one. These creatures and these creaks, they form so unreadily in my throat. I'll need instruction in speaking this language, because these words they're all about how you speak this language. So I'm finding it very like sort of reading a very, very difficult.
What you do not know.
Understanding the meaning.
You have the will within you.
He slithers up to you, and you being able to write. He hands you a smaller brush. It's still overly large for your frame, but
there. Do as they do. Put your soul, your will, that which drives you. Express it on to the page.
In the
These
language of time, in the language of time and magic.
as you can read it, you can write in it. Do not think of earthly concerns such as grammar or other such things. It is a pursuit of the soul. Call to mind that which drives you, that which defines you. Let it pour out from your inner self through the ink onto the page.
Hmm.
Do you have any insight? Or
Yes, I have
you,
much
you
insight.
roll?
I have 5 insight. And
Or do you have meditation, perchance?
yes, I have 3 meditation with a forte in astral.
Okay. Let me double check here. I'm getting this right. I mean, quote unquote, right. Yeah, make a meditation roll. Astral will not apply.
Yeah. What is that? Oh, well, that gets re-rolled.
Alright?
Alright, at least I didn't roll it. So 5 plus... Let's have a look. 3, which is 8, plus 4, so 12.
Okay. So that's pretty good. So you are...
Okay, so do you want me to describe?
Yeah, so you're successful and able to...
They've given me this large very large sort of quill for me. I see that all the kitsunes and Suresh are standing around. Some of them they're drawing, and I'm sort of looking at what they're writing and drawing, and I sort of after looking at what they're doing for a while, like judging the way they're writing, I sort of gain the confidence to try myself and sort of dipping it in with 2 hands. I sort of step back and I'm like walking almost like on the parchment and around the parchment, having to write on it, and I write. I start with. I might write the heading in the I sort of sound out the language best I can, and I title it Ari Maxel Arxnathrax. My song will continue. I don't write that in Thrax, so I write that in probably a language where I can make those sounds, and then I start in Thraxer, and I sort of write as best as I can, just sort of one-word sentences. Seeker, knowledge, family, language, freedom, perfection, song.
And as
just writing these sort of these sort of one words, and I will. And then after sort of going on in those lines, and as I get to the end, I sort of write in Thraxer, my voice will shatter the chains.
Okay. So being successful and sort of being able to call to mind that which it is that some of the things that define you as an individual, as a person.
Mhm.
And seeing that you're still confused, trying to understand somewhat what is going on. And still not quite getting it, but almost there. Vasun slithers up to your work, the words you've inscribed with this ink, which looks to be a kind of, it's not black, it's like, it looks black from dead on, but if the light shines on it slightly, there's a blue purplish sort of hue to it. And he looks and nods approvingly to you. You may not yet understand, but you have skillfully woven a portion of your being through these words and letters. You cannot see yet. You cannot see the weave or wield them. But, and he traces a claw upon the word family and recites in that bone-cracking speech the word, and touches ever so slightly with the tip of his claw your forehead in between your strange antennae. And instantly you feel for a moment as if you are perhaps back in the dreamlands, but it's not the same. You see your family, the room warping about you as if it's been painted with wet paint, oil painting sort of fading away. And you see your siblings, your father, your mother, still alive.
Where are they?
They're
Not my mother.
here in this room, which is now kind of, imagine as if you were underwater and in here, sort of swaying slightly, the still and static world being given some sort of motion, but you and your family are
Did you say my
standing.
mother was there as well?
Mm-hmm. I did. Still as resplendent and as beautiful as you recall. Her, the only one of your kind to ever be so blessed, so graced by the absolute dragon, by opiate, with the wings, the butterfly wings of your people. Only such a small number are blessed with the iridescent colors glaring and glinting in the strange blurry torchlight
Does this feel like a memory or something that I've never seen before? That is quite important as to how I interpret this.
Roll a meditation. Roll.
Does astral apply on this one?
8.
8 plus.
No.
Okay, 11 plus, so 15.
Okay. So, hold on. What it feels like to you is it does feel like a memory. It feels like a memory has been pulled back from the river of time, or however Nithraxu personifies itself, and placed for a moment into the present, which is time is not moving in this moment, in this blurred mindscape, but you could see with such clarity, and
Well,
you can go ahead.
I was to say, I immediately start running towards them, if that is even possible, and calling out to them, "Mother, Father, Poe, do so!"
Right.
With all my strength, I'm trying to run towards this memory, this place I've not been in so long. This sort of joy erupts from me when I first sight them, and I long to be reunited, and I just try and run towards them.
And you do so, and you run out to embrace one of your family members, and it feels so real in that moment. You feel the warmth of their skin. You can smell their scent.
Well, I begin to cry,
and
sobbing in their arms.
In that moment, you know, and all your senses are sort of engaged in this reunion. You're instantly back in the moment. You haven't moved from where you were. It was as if an instantaneous amount of time has passed. Similar to dreams, I guess, in a way where you can experience what seems to be such an extreme amount of time.
And I'm back on the table, and the Typhon has just tapped me on the head.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm there. Oh, where? No! Take me back! Take me back there, please! My family! I saw them, my mother! Please, I just want to be with them. There wasn't enough time. I need longer. Do it again! Sort of reaching for his claw to sort of like pull it towards my forehead.
I did nothing but show you what you already retain within you.
No.
I wanted to give you a glimpse to make tangible that which you seek with such fervor.
How was my mother there? How is my mother there? She is dead. Does that mean? She starts to sob. That the rest of my family is also dead?
I do not know what you witnessed was
the existence of those you care for still retained within the depths of your mind, where time has no meaning, and where all things are possible, not dissimilar from the dreamlands, where yet perhaps your family walks. I do not know.
Do I hear this conversation?
What's that?
Do I hear this conversation?
So my
Yeah.
my breathing is sort of, it's increasing, like this sort of huffing and this sort of like sobs, like the small sobs that she had, is sort of sucking up with almost with an angry sort of conviction, stares at this Typhon. And I will master these ways. I will keep my family alive within me. They will never die.
Good.
I will not forget them. Never. I will master these arts. I swear it. She sort of calms down and motioning towards Dill. He knows me very well, and his hand is already comfortably there, and I sort of crawl into it as he pulls me up, and I just sort of have my arms around his neck and just sort of sobbing into his neck. I saw Mother Dill, and Father, and Poe, and Do, and Sa. I saw them all when he touched my head. There is, and I was obviously speaking in Moorish, there is great power in these writings. I will learn them, Dill. I will learn the power that is in this place. We will find our family again. And I just keep sobbing into his neck.
Can I make an occult roll to see if I recognize what kind of path this particular
Yes.
Typhon practices? Because I'm getting suspicion.
Why?
Oh, that is not very good at all. That's 8.
You are not sure. It's he called upon the power of this word, or at least the power that Nay infused within this word, and did something. Apparently, he made her see something.
Yeah, so I am still unsure as to what kind of sorcery is being put upon Nay, but it seems to make her resolve stronger and more resolute, so I do not interfere in their discussion. I do, however, observe the words that the other Surushi, the Kitsune, the satyrs are writing out, fully believing that I know their contents. Yes. And I start to inspect their inks as well. Are these proper colors? Are these proper pigments, etc.? And then, if I am satisfied with what I see there, I will take a look at the library they have in this very room, so as to get a better understanding of their occult purposes. Because, yeah, practicing it is cool and all, but the Horde summoners do it for the glory of Threga. I assume these individuals do it for some reason.
So, are you looking for more religious underpinnings of or are you looking for just spells or something?
Probably not spells, more like what are they invoking, what kinds of spirits, earth, fire, are they from certain lineages? I'm started looking at the lore of it all.
Okay. Why don't you give me a Give me an occult roll as you examine some of the parchments and scrolls.
Double eights again.
That you are just a wizard.
Yes, I'm a wizard, Harry. Eight, 822. That's an interesting number.
I know.
25.
Okay. So from what you're able to look at around you, the main paths that seem to be like put over here are the let me just double check the path of witchcraft and the path of the Dominus.
Huh. Witchcraft I am fairly familiar with. Dominus is, I wouldn't say completely new, but Domini aren't something you'll find a lot of in the Horde.
Right. That's 2, 5. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, with your there is some summoning as well, but it seems the path of the Dominus and the path of the Witch are of higher priority. Yes. You don't see really anything here regarding necromancy or chronomancy.
Little of my interests are there, so I look through the scrolls. Honestly, with as little diplomacy as I have, I don't really stop and think that they might want to keep this a secret or something. In that way, because Magi and the wizardry was practiced openly in the Horde, so I just that one looks interesting, takes it out, start reading. Interesting, put it back. This one looks interesting, and I'll fold the scroll. Interesting. Take notes, put it back. Okay. Third book. Because with an intelligence of 11, I'm fairly certain I can absorb a lot of just the lore fairly quickly. Yeah. Not immediately, but for an alligator man, I am quite studious.
Right. And with your occultism roll being so high, you can't put your finger on it, but
or claw.
The flavor of the rituals of the lore going on here, there's definitely something different. Not good or bad, you can't tell. It's just it's different.
I would be able to feel or sense the difference.
Yeah, like
people.
The emphases are on slightly different places from what you recall, the Magi and the witches in the Horde discussing. Of course, they were all about, as you say, doing things for the glory of Threga. That does not seem to be the case here.
I didn't expect them to praise Threga in this place. I would have seen a lot more bones if they did.
Right.
Yeah, there. Also, the Serusias here, you said there were 3 of them.
There are.
What are they wearing, if anything?
One of them is wearing nothing. Actually, all of them are wearing nothing but sort of like a loincloth with some like this kind of like leather harness, kind of similar to what the Typhon are wearing. Of course, they don't have a loincloth, but and the Shrews don't have as many like pouches and stuff about them, but a similar sort of getup.
Yes, I mean, mostly I'm checking for around their necks if they have a necklace of bones, because that is a sign of piety towards Frega.
No.
So they do not keep her holy anymore. While the focus of my piety is on Ahriman, I do still have my necklace dedicated to Frega.
Mm-hmm.
So I make a note of this.
Right. Yeah. So they don't have that symbol of their devotion. We are, as Vasun addresses the both of you again, giving Nay a moment to be with her emotions. We are the Lodge of the Claw.
Yes. This I see.
And with your skill and desire, you would be welcome. If you wish to be inducted into our number and learn that which you see here, and more besides.
I nod towards the proposal put forward by this Typhon, and I don't unsheath my blade as much as I remove the big snakeskin scabbard from my back, showing the colors of the black, red, and the black snake with red and yellow circles on it, and hold my claws over the handle and say,
I will devote myself to such. This trade is most interesting. My blade is yours. My mind I will devote to this. You wish me to bring writing to paper, or blade to make death?
Yes. You have engaged with but two of those who we would call our enemies. Will you stand with us to defend against those who would have us remain blind and ignorant, those who would take from us this power which is rightfully earned and rightfully ours?
And speaking up out of nowhere, I say, my voice will ring through those that stand against us and knock them off their feet.
And my blade, claw, and fang will separate them from their lives. I will learn, and I will kill for this Lodge of Claw.
Good. And come with me. And he takes you into an adjoining chamber in which there is a stone table. There's a small basin in the table, carved out of the stone which makes up the surface. And there is a claw of some great beast, impossibly sharp. Something that could pierce even steel by the look of it, by the sharp point of it. And Vasun takes from his person a small vial, pours it out into this basin. It is some kind of ink. He puts his clawed finger and traces a number of occult symbols and sigils upon the surface of the table, then takes the claw and does the same around the diameter, tracing a curving spiral pattern until he reaches the tip and can't write any further. Hunray, step forward and have the mark upon the claw, or of the claw, inscribed upon your being, be recognized as a keeper of the knowledge that we share, and a wielder of the power that you will yet find within yourself.
Yes. Make it so.
I walk towards him and look to see where he wants to put this mark upon me.
He slithers up behind you and puts his thumb, for lack of a better word, against the back of your neck, where there are the thick back scales of your body are, and he stretches the skin, as you don't have the interlocking plates of a snake. Your skin is more Komodo dragon, crocodilian-esque. He takes the claw and begins to inscribe with this dye, this ink, draws in your skin, on your very person, on your very being. It hurts, but pain is not something you are unfamiliar with, or something that you haven't mastered already many cycles ago. It takes but a moment. Skillfully done. You can't see what it looks like. But once it's done, the pain of the tattooing process immediately vanishes. And you feel back and can feel nothing at all. Not that you would anyway, with a tattoo. But
Mm. Yeah, and also have a thick hide, so there's that.
it's true. But this fang pierces through it as if it were not there at all, which is saying something.
Impressive. Very impressive.
Nay.
I pull it away from Dill's neck and turn towards this Typhon. Vassoon.
And he...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't understand what he wants for me to do.
So you saw what he did to Hunrei.
Oh, okay. You. Fine. Yeah. Very well. And I sort of pinch Dill on the neck, and sort of when his head turns, I point him down. He sort of guides me down onto the table. I turn my back to the Typhon with the claw extended.
And he puts... It's pretty frightening, I would imagine, as the Typhon wraps his clawed hand over what's most of your body, given your size, holding you tightly, keeping you still. And he puts his, getting his thumb behind the back of your head and pushing down, not force, roughly, but firmly. You look down at the arcane symbols on this table, and you feel the needle prick of this impossibly sharp instrument piercing quickly in successive motions, putting this mark upon you that will be with you for all time. But
I give out a little shriek, and then as the pain subsides, so does my fear or worry. And I move, without saying anything, I move over to the parchment that I was writing on earlier, and begin to write something new. But, how long, I might save that for the soliloquy if we're getting towards the end of our session here.
okay. You are now one of us. And with that, I believe we will allow for soliloquies for those of you who want to give one. Tom, I'll start with you since you've been by yourself for a while.
I don't think mine is going to be very surprising or anything, really. So as I'm sitting in my room, sort of writing down the notes of today's deal that I managed to strike in my ledger, I think back to this Kalfar woman, and loath as I am to trust any Kalfar as far as I could throw one, which is not very far at all. So far, the one person on a list that I have gone and visited has been extremely like worthwhile considering the how our dealings have gone in the city so far, and I'm wondering sort of what's the catch here? There's got to be something like is she playing me somehow? Like, is there something wrong with these people that like she knows about? And so once our like company has like sort of set up all these like plans with them, is she gonna like reveal that it's all a ploy or something? Sort of that worries me. I also think about Hunray and Nay, and especially Hunray. I'm sort of quite angry, but I'm trying to control that, as is the Freyan nature, at him for basically causing me all this trouble in the first place, as I see it. Yeah, I hope that I never have to meet him again, but yeah, I'm quite quite annoyed at his character. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow, where hopefully I can meet some more of these people on the list and see if they're as equally as profitable as the first one. First, I have to track them down, obviously, since we don't know where any of them are except for one name. But yeah, I'm sort of, compared to how the day began, what with being arrested, I'm quite like relieved, to say the least, that that the day actually ended up on sort of a positive note. Somehow, I'm sort of stumped about that still, but yeah, quite things are like looking up a bit as long as everything keeps panning out the way it has been so far. So yeah, I guess cautiously optimistic would be the best way to describe my mood as I'm working, but. I am still sort of every now and then I get a flash of the a vision in my head of the giant spiders, and the priests of Helena. Helena, yeah. And that sort of like I pause for a second and sort of have to like shake my head and refocus my thoughts again. But yeah, definitely not as bad as it could have gone in my mind. The events of the day. So, yeah.
Excellent.
I'll ask you one, or I'll take off if you want.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay, so moving back towards that parchment, I pick up a large quill and start drawing actually, and I'm drawing two like below where I finished, and wrote my song will shatter the chains. I'll draw two large spheres, just trying to copy what my memory is of the book that Hunray has of the two spheres, and he pointed out and he said, this is Ahriman, this is self, this is perfection, this is song. And so I draw these two circles, and then writing above them, writing my best as I can in Thraxia, I write perfection on the top, and down below I write freedom, and then on the left side I write friendship, and on the right side I write family. And my thoughts just immediately go to where the Sarush poked me on the head with his claw, and I fell into that place. It was not the dreamland. It was a place I'm not familiar with. This state of mind is the most disturbed I've been in a long time. This knowledge is so different to anything I expected, and I was able to witness that power firsthand. It was great. The sadness and sorrow is I have to come to the realization that maybe my family is dead. Maybe that was the spirit land, the land of the dead that I was catching a glimpse into. Or maybe, hopefully, I was just walking through my own memories. I think looking at these scrolls, a promise I made to the Typhon is one I will uphold. I will master this knowledge. I will master this craft. I will find my family, dead or alive. And if they are dead, I will keep them alive within me. Nebula Scaris, forget not.
Kindred at last, in this edifice of trade, and stone and dust, witches, domini, and summoners, spirit talkers. Yes, I have found my fount of knowledge. Yes, it is going well. I will absorb what I can find here. I will make myself perfect, my king. Yes, and so many of Ray's pawns I will eat and add to my neck. Yes, and then when I have added them to me and absorbed this knowledge, or even before then, I will stand upon Landul and make him pay what he owes. Not dumb, dull metals. I shall have me a meal, or a language. I will see what I feel when I stand upon him. Yes, it is good, my king. It is good.
All right.
Awesome.
Excellent.
I just
Well,
want to add, I'll also think of my promise to Hornray about taking him to the Dreamlands, but
mhm.
yeah, that'll be for another time.
Maybe we can begin the next session like that.
Yeah, maybe we
Yes.
could begin the next session like that. Yeah.
Okay,
As the
well,
day comes to an end.
thanks to all of you guys, and thanks to all of you out there who were watching. I hope it was entertaining. Now, I am going to try to stop this broadcast. I'm still frozen over here. I may have to close down the whole Google Hangout, which I hope will not destroy all of this. We'll find out soon enough. So everyone out there, have a good night, and we'll see you next time for Session 4.